Right? See if we have any better luck this time. Let's go. If this actually goes off, I'll be dragged out of bed. He is Eepy Bun. In other game news, we're counting down to the next major patch. We've got a Moogle Tome event going on. Yeah, he's definitely allowed. Yes. One of the upcoming changes is going to be to the die system. Yay! Yeah, that's okay. Glad you made it at all, Widget. Come on, healer, we're on the clock. There we go. Well, hello there. Right? Oops. Oh, crap, damn it. Oh, oops. We are victorious! May as well take all the loot for myself. Aaron, thank goodness you're unharmed. We came as soon as we took care of our unwanted guests. They were a stubborn bunch and quite unlike anything I've ever seen in the first. No, I won't let you. Damn the light, damn you all. Who are you? What do you want? Ugh! Why am I here? What is happening? She's alive, but there's something strange about her aether. She didn't seem too pleased with Ryne taking control of Eden, which may be what caused her to appear out of the blue. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess. It's plain she is not a sin-eater, not even in part as Vothri was. Yet this knowledge does little to assuage my fears, for she is nonetheless possessed of a power most terrible. On the other hand, if she's feeling cooperative, she might be able to tell us more about Eden. I'll keep an eye on her until she wakes up. There's no telling what will happen when she does, but I'll make it clear that we mean her no harm. Well, no further harm at the very least. Obviously, it's not a good idea to bring her inside Eden. It's likely that reaching the core was her aim from the outset, so I'll take her to the camp. Now that things have settled down, I should get back inside and try strengthening my link to Eden. Although I had my hands full trying to control Eden, I caught a glimpse of your battle. That power. Never seen anything like it. What thou witnessed was the tearing of the very fabric of reality, the creation of a rift through which void scent may enter. But pray tell, Ryne, didst thou make any other observations? I couldn't sense any light at all in that girl or her servant. And I can't really explain how, but she reminded me of Emmett Silk. Though I think it unlikely that she is an Ascian, she may yet be thrall to Zodiark. Maybe we'll be able to find out more when she's woken up. In the meantime, I'll try to improve my control over Eden. It seems to be listening more than before, instead of screaming at me like it was in the beginning. And that's not all. I've made an exciting discovery. I feel a lot more confident in my ability to control Eden now. Of course, this is only the beginning. And we shall accompany thee wheresoever this path may lead. But pray tell, what manner of discovery hast thou made? I understand how Eden's power works. And therefore the true nature of the flood of light? Right? Not getting screamed at by a light horror does seem like an improvement. Yes, it affected the balance of all of the aether in the empty, shifting it so far towards the umbral that it stopped flowing altogether. Power to tip the scales. And to tip them back again. That's what Eden does. It controls the balance of aether over a wide area, forcing it from one alignment to the other. Left alone, it still poses a threat, but if I can harness its power, I think I could use it to breathe life back into the empty. The trouble is, I haven't the foggiest idea of where to start. And if I go about this the wrong way, it'll do more harm than good. Thou needst not bear this burden alone, Ryne, nor should thou. 'Tis no simple matter of awakening that which lies dormant. All things in nature are inextricably linked. The elements maintain a fragile harmony without which life cannot prosper. So, what should we do? A solution hath begun to take shape in my mind, though it will require further discussion. For the time being, let us return to the camp. It would be remiss of us not to involve Thancred. Let's not stand right on top of Thancred. Let's give him some personal space. My friends, I believe I have struck upon a method by which we may see this world restored. Ariage, before you go any further, allow me to make a potentially very long story slightly shorter. The plan is to control Eden and realign the Aether of the Empty, right? In essence, yes. However, unleashing elemental energies haphazardly will not suffice. In addition, the Empty is unfathomably vast. Were we only able to effect change over one small region at a time, it would take many lifetimes to complete even a fraction of our task. Instead, our energies would be better spent revitalizing each element in order that we might set in motion a more widespread transformation. One at a time. I hate to say this, but I don't think Eden will be able to draw out a single element without affecting the others. For that very reason, we shall select a location in which the ambient aether we wish to restore is at its most potent. Even in a dormant state, certain elements will be more prevalent and therefore more easily manipulated. Then we rebalance the aether and return it to the land, whereupon it shall be borne on ethereal currents to the farthest reaches of the empty. Who wants to prevent that element from breaking free of Eden's hold and causing a disaster of some sort? It must needs be contained. The question is, how? Svarin, indulge me a moment if thou wouldst. Reimagine a corporeal manifestation of each of the individual elements. What dost thou see in thy mind's eye? Well, to be fair, it's not really covered in snow. It's covered in dust. Dust that has been bleached because there's no elements flowing through it. Surely you're not thinking... Mayhap thou art afeard to utter the fateful word, or to even speak the name primal is to invite misfortune. Though invite it we must. As the aether is drawn forth and realigned by Eden, we shall perform a summoning as Master Louis Sois once did on the fields of Carteneau. As one who hath laid low countless primals, thy memories will shape the aether into a deiform entity, which must subsequently be dispersed in the traditional fashion. So, defeated, in other words, but is that even possible? I mean, it's either that or being torn to shreds. Lest thou forget, 'twill be no more than an approximation of a foe thou hast previously bested. I have every confidence in thine abilities, Svarin. As do I, though it might help to have some idea of what you will be up against. Have you decided which element to tackle first? I propose water, the source of all life. As for the location, an area to the west of Norvrent was once home to the world's deepest ocean. Alas, the flood of light reduced it to a yawning chasm. Water. Yes, that seems like a good choice. I'll see if Eden can take us where we need to go. And I shall prepare for the summoning. Thancred, wouldst thou keep watch over our enigmatic antagonist? She may have vital information to impart. In the event that she becometh agitated, thou mayest have need to restrain her. Someone's got to do it, I suppose. I'll be praying for your success while I wait here, twiddling my thumbs. Still, I must say I don't envy you being caught up in yet another of Uriange's madcap schemes. Oh, come to think of it, if the creature you must fight is born from your own memories and imagination, why don't you try thinking of something a bit tamer than the primus you fought in the past? Perhaps that's not how it works. Anyway, best of luck. Hi, Eden. Just kind of chilling in the air. Eden seems to be responding well to my instructions, so we should reach our destination in no time at all. Alright, this is the place. Let's see if I can draw out the water aspected aether. The rest is up to you, Svarin. I mean, what did Eden even eat for snackies? Memories of Leviathan come flooding back. Oh god! Eden's Gate inundation. Wow, okay. All right, everybody in. Well, I guess it'll appreciate these snackies then. Leviathan looking a bit different. Everybody loves grapes. Wrong button. I mean, it probably wasn't the worst idea, but... I mean... Listen, I got trauma from the last time I fought Leviathan. Oh dear. We lost a couple people. And we lost part of the arena. But I'm a cute bunny, and I kill gods all the time. That wouldn't make things better. A carrot might be a better idea, yes. Well, there. Oh dear. Whoops! I'm the main tank now. Oh no! Code Take was betrayed by their gap closer. I don't like how squishy I am. Sure. Oh, you jerk. You're almost dead. Why don't you die already? Not you. Not you, healer! Ooh. Alas, the entire purpose of summoning it was to kill it. But R.I.P. anyway. That was incredible. Is that what a primal looks like? Oh, not quite the same then, but why is that? Because memory is not perfect. The Leviathan of the Source was summoned by the Sahagin, to whom he was no less than a god. Without their faith, the deiform entity that we brought into existence differed on a fundamental level, though it was no less formidable. That too. The manifestation relied upon Svarin's experiences of Leviathan, and may have been influenced by recollections of other water-aspected beings, leading to further discrepancies. Memories brought to life. But I still can't tell if our plan actually worked. I'll just have to wait and see, I guess. How goes it?
If you finish slaying the primal or whatever it is, I suggest you get back here on the double. There's something you ought to see.
What could that be? Evidently, our only recourse is to return to our base of operations forthwith. That depends. Do Moogles count? Darn, look! Oh, hey! We got some water flowing. With the 12's good grace, 'tis a marvel to behold. I never never thought that a whole lake would suddenly appear like this. And we're just getting started. I only hope the burden's not too much for you, Svarin.
I'm good to go.
I think this proves that the water-aspected Aether is no longer lying dormant. So, which element should we realign next, Huriange? I propose Earth. Should we succeed in returning the soil's life-giving energy, in the empty shall become capable of supporting the growth of flora. Yeah! We'll be totally fine. Imagine that, forests in the empty. But before we begin, I'd like to know how that girl is doing. Still sound asleep. She didn't so much as stir even when I took her helmet off. I thought it might be getting a bit stuffy in there, and I was curious to know what sort of person we're dealing with. She seems surprisingly normal, not at all like your usual void scent. I'd say she's around the same age as you, Ryne, perhaps a little older. Well, whoever she is, we should let her rest while we concentrate on the task at hand. As much as I'd love to go with you, I'd best stay here in case she wakes up and is feeling less than cooperative. And while I wait here wishing I had something to read, my thoughts will be with you as you fly off to face the next opponent. It must be a strange feeling to bring something into existence through your own willpower, only to slay it immediately after. I almost feel sorry for the poor things. All the same, I wish you luck. Yummy carrot, yummy carrot. If all goes well, he won't be waiting for long. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can see the results. Ooh. Potato would be very tasty. Now, before we embark on our journey, there is one question I feel I should ask. Where are we going? Yeah, that's kind of an important question to ask. I would suggest a certain region that lieth east of Norvrent, which was once home to the great Mount Atlas. And for the earth-aspected primal we wish to invoke, would be a more fitting choice than Titan. I don't think I've heard of that one. What's it like?
The landslides! The landslides!
Seems like you had a rather traumatic experience. The first 2 times I ever fought Titan, I got knocked off the goddamn platform. And this was before it allowed you to, reappear on the platform to be revived. I had to sit the entire fucking battle out. But if our last battle is anything to go by, this one will be different from the Titan that Svarin remembers, yes? It would be wise to consider the two as entirely separate beings. As such, thou must needs conceive new stratagems if thou art to triumph in the battle to come. Past experience will avail thee not, I fear.
I'm still not getting knocked off if it's the last thing I do.
All right, Svarin, once you're ready, we'll be on our way. Ooh, yes. That would be lovely. It took a while, but we finally arrived. Ready, Svarin?
No, but I'm doing it anyway.
Memories of Titan come tumbling back. Apple Shore. I low-key want potatoes now. Yes. Imagine only tasty things. I mean, it would surely be easy enough to polish off some mashed potatoes and carrots. Precisely. As soon as we actually make it into the duty. I mean, I don't see why not. Get all the tasty root vegetables in there. that sounds about right. So I can see potato fitting in pretty much any role, considering how versatile potatoes can be. Just as a thought, Potato is an all-rounder, but is playing tank in this party. All-rounder. Hmm. Yeah, I can see that logic. That makes sense. God damn it, party, get in here. Give me somebody to play with. Oh yeah, that's right, it was, wasn't it? Yay, finally! Everybody in the pool, damn it. Should I say everybody in the soup? I keep that metaphor going.
Come on, healer and DPS. We're waiting on you two. Okay, healer, it's all up to you. Get in here. Don't drag your damn feet. God damn it. All right, everybody in this time. Don't keep me waiting, god damn it. All right, DPS. There we go. That is not a potato. Yeah, it's none of the above. Swarn, unfortunately, was too focused on the scary landslides. Oops. Oh dear. Well. Oh no, both of us. Oh no. Both tanks went down. Oh no. So much for that. Yeah. Oh, there are so many buns. I didn't even realize how many buns there were in this party. Free of sin, though not for lack of trying. Welcome back. You must be exhausted, especially after getting flung off the platform like that. For a creature made of rock, he was a lot more agile than I was expecting. I wonder, was the Titan of your world a tough opponent too?
Yes. Yes, if I put one foot wrong, I would have fallen to my doom.
So all it would have taken is a momentary lapse of concentration? I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, that is very true. Some are tougher than others, but all of them are tough.
But more importantly, you've defeated another elemental being, which means we're a step closer to reclaiming the empty. Can't wait to see how much of a difference we've made this time. We really do all of this?
Hey, look, there's some color in them Nar hills. Aye, it would appear that balance has returned to the element of earth. And yet, the transformation hath affected only the immediate vicinity, whereas the lands beyond this lake doth remain unchanged. 'Tis passing strange indeed.
Did we do something wrong?
Though this fall is short of the outcome I had envisioned, 'tis plain our efforts were not in vain. Mayhap this localized phenomenon is the result of an intersection of ethereal currents. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that similar locations in the empty hath undergone comparable alterations.
Then the aether will spread out from these points to cover the rest of...
Oh. Ryne?
It's nothing.
That didn't look like nothing to me. You'd better lie down for a while. Better not.
No, really, I'm fine. Anyway, we've still got work to do.
Nay, Thancred hath the right of it. 'Twould be unwise to exert thyself overmuch.
I appreciate your concern, but I do wish you'd stop fussing.
Ryne, listen to your dads.
Ryne, no, thou knowest not the strain thou dost place on thyself.
Though the elements of water and earth hath been restored, continued exposure to the empty stagnant aether may yet sap thee of thy remaining strength.
Now that you mention it, I've been feeling a bit out of sorts ever since we got here.
I should probably get away from the empty and rest for a while. Pray do so. Meanwhile, I shall remain here. The restoration of the first two elements hath produced unexpected results, and I require time to analyze our findings. Ryne, you better make sure you go take some rest too. However, I must ask thee to refrain from discussing our work in the empty, even with our closest comrades. Why? I thought they'd welcome the news. And indeed they shall, once we have more to show for our efforts. Nevertheless, this mission is one of surpassing danger. I am loath to place our dearest friends at risk unless absolutely necessary. You have their best interests at heart, I'm sure. But to be perfectly honest, I prefer not to keep secrets from people that I trust with my life. I don't want to make a habit of this, but I'll do as you ask. Exactly. Seems to me that Ryne isn't the only one who would benefit from a change of scenery. Our Sleeping Beauty would likely fare better in more hospitable surroundings. We'll need to have our associates from the Crystarium organize a safe place for her to stay. If you and Svarn could go on ahead and have a word with them in Mord Souk, we'll catch up with you once Ryne has finished whatever it is he needs to do. Perhaps thou too shouldst accompany her on the return journey. I dare say she would be glad of thy presence. No, not this time. She's come such a long way since we first met, and I worry that relying on me too much will only hold her back. We won't be staying in the First forever. The time will come for Ryne and I to part ways, and for her to follow her own path. I know you understand this too, Ryne. I see you trying to pass on as much of your knowledge as possible while you still can. And to her credit, she's actually taking most of it in. Ryne is possessed of a natural affinity for aetherology, like some who shall remain unnamed. A natural affinity for staying awake during your lectures, more like. Oh, come to think of it, she doesn't really take after me at all. However, like these, she is predisposed to brooding in silence in lieu of voicing her concerns. Says the master, keeping his cards close to the chest. Anyway, Svarn, you'd better take the sky slipper with Ryne. It's true that she's been through a lot lately, but so have you. We'll need you ready for the challenges that lie ahead, so go on and get some rest. We shall await news of thy safe arrival in Amarang. Two dads! You got the dad squad. We got two dads and arguably a grandpa. Seemed like you were all having quite a serious discussion. I hope I haven't given you any cause for concern. Well, if you say so. I probably shouldn't stay in the empty any longer than necessary, though. So, do you want to take first shift piloting, or shall I? Phew, I'm glad I had you there to keep me company. No idea how I would have passed the time otherwise. Okay. See you later. See you later, Widget. Now that we're here, I need to find our contact from the Crystarium. But before that, I was hoping I could have a word with you. Something's been on my mind. This might not be the best place for it, though. Those creatures over there look a bit hungry. Given my track record with the hungry beasts. When I first spoke to Thancred and Urianger about what I'd sensed in the empty, part of me wished we could have just left it alone. I guess I was scared of what we'd find. But now that we've found Eden, I know that I made the right choice. And if I'd given in to my fear, I probably would have spent the rest of my life wondering what might have been. From now on, whenever I hear that voice inside me telling me to run away, to hide, I won't listen. It's not who I am anymore. Even so, all the courage in the world is not going to help me decide what we should do with that girl when she wakes up. You remember what she said right before she passed out? Why am I here? What is happening? What if she's being controlled or forced to act against her will? Whatever the case, it's clear that she's not a monster. She's a person like you or me. Obviously, she knows something about Eden, and we need all the information we can get. More than that, I just want to talk to her, to find out who she is, and if there's anything we can do to help her. On the other hand, we mustn't forget that she's already attacked us once. What's to say she won't try it again when she wakes up? If she keeps us from reclaiming the empty, it will be all my fault. It's no good. I can't make up my mind. What do you think we should do, Svarin?
Even Emmett Selk had his reasons. We should at least hear her out.
I see what you mean. Perhaps if we'd been able to come to an understanding, things wouldn't have ended the way they did. I hope that she's nothing like Emmett Selk, but we won't know until we speak to her. Until then, I'll try to concentrate on the here and now. Speaking of which, I still need to see to Urianger's errands. The people we're on our way to meet lent us the Sky Slipper and most of the apparatus we've been using. And since we've been sworn to secrecy, I assume the same applies to them and their colleagues. Anyway, once that's over with, we can find a place to relax. Now that we're here, allow me to introduce you to two members of our inner circle, or whatever you want to call it. That's Gulgo, who's interested in trading for any relics we find in the empty. Apparently he mostly deals in exotic weapons and whatnot, but he's agreed to keep us supplied with whatever else we can't get from the Crystarium. Now, the ones we came to meet should be around here somewhere. Ah, Ryne, what a relief it is to see you returned unharmed from your expedition. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. You were gone a bit longer than we expected. Svarin, I'd like you to meet Luri. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As representative of the Settlement Council, I am here to oversee the delivery of equipment deemed necessary to your mission. I'll be on hand to provide any assistance you may require. Actually, there's something we'd like you to take care of. It's probably best not to talk about it in the middle of the market, though. I'll take it from here, Svarin. You should get some rest. But before you go, I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. We still have a long road ahead of us, but if we give it our all, there's nothing we can't handle. see. Though it is mere supposition, it would behoove us to proceed with caution. Moreover, I would refrain from discussing the matter with Ryne and Svarn until we know more. Well, I appreciate you telling me, even if it is too soon to be sure. I'm the one watching over her, after all. The Oracle of Darkness. I pray it is not true. Let me see what kinds of relics we've got on offer. Ooh. That's nice and sleek. Sleek in a different color. Greetings, Svarn. How might I be of service? Okay. Talk about Ryne's first report. Information regarding the work being carried out in the Empty is treated with the utmost secrecy. To avoid it falling into the wrong hands, we limit the keeping of records and such to the bare minimum. Having said that, it does become rather difficult to keep track of the supplies that we deliver, so I have asked Ryne to provide reports on your activities. The first such report will cover the time from your arrival in the Empty to your battle with Titan. Though, truth be told, I cannot help feeling that this was rather a large burden to place on Ryne. No doubt she has enough on her plate as it is. Luri, I did what you asked. Ah, Svarn, just the person I was hoping to see. Oh, is that so? Oh, before we go any further, please allow me to take receipt of the report. I hope you do not think it impertinent of me to ask, but what business might you have with Svarn? Actually, I've brought something to show you. Tancred and Urianger brought this back from Eden's core. If you look closely, you can see images of your battles in the Empty. Urianger seems to think they are Eden's memories captured in crystal form. Would you like to see? As you gaze into the crystal, visions of previous struggles race through your mind with an intensity that far exceeds anything you have experienced. Ouch! What's wrong? Different from how you remember it? How odd. What could cause Eden's memories to become so distorted? Well, we've been extracting and realigning enormous amounts of aether. Maybe that affected the crystal in some way? Even so, I expect that we can find a use for this extraordinary artifact. I think I have an idea. Although it shows images of things that never actually happened, studying them may help us to prepare for the challenges we'll face in the future. Speaking of studying, Urianger's given me a few tomes to read through before our next expedition. I'd best get back to it, but I'll be seeing you again soon. Eden's Gate Savage, now accessible. Boy! We now have access to the Savage raids, which I am not doing anytime soon. There you are. I'm part of the team helping with the highly classified and very, very secret thing. The fact of the matter is, I've come to inform you of a rather interesting development. It's about the girl who was brought back from the empty. She's finally woken up, you see. Yalfort, and Svarin, too. We heard the news from Thancred. Is it true? Why, yes, it most certainly is. Apparently her name is Gaia. She claims to be a free citizen of Yulmore, although she remembers nothing of the events leading up to her attack on Eden. She's lost her memory? Parts of it, at the very least. We also cannot be sure whether she's telling the truth, or if it's merely a ruse. She's yet to display any hostility, which is encouraging, I suppose. And Thancred's with her now, is he? Yes, he's taken her to Yulmore, mainly to verify what she's told us so far. Quiz the locals, that sort of thing. After that, the plan is to come back here, though they're taking rather longer than I'd anticipated. I do hope nothing is amiss. Up, off to Yulmore we go, then. Or not. Good grief, are you always this slow? At this rate, it'll be dark again before we know it. The night sky returning is all well and good, but it does make each day seem awfully short. And aren't you still dragging your heels back there? At least act as if you've got a purpose, would you? Now look here, I'm not one of your servants. Why don't you try carrying your own luggage for a change? Ingrid, you're back! You lot are a sight for sore eyes. Yes, even you, Urianger. Gaia and I have just finished shipping her personal effects from Yulmore. I'm glad we could finally meet. Properly, I mean. So, did you learn anything useful? Other than where she lives, not an awful lot. Her supposed neighbors barely knew the first thing about her. Hell, she barely knows the first thing about herself. Her recollection of her life in Yulmore is patchy at best. But she seems convinced that she'll regain her memory if she accompanies us, and so she invited herself to join our merry band, and for her first act she ordered me to carry her luggage. If you insist on standing around talking, might I suggest finding a place to sit down first? My feet are killing me. And perhaps you should have chosen more sensible footwear. Still, it's not such a bad idea. Shall we? So, you don't remember anything at all? Not attacking us, not falling unconscious? The selective amnesia would rightly raise suspicion within those of a cautious mind. If she doth speak the truth, it would lend credence to my current hypothesis, though admittedly some further... Not now, Ariange, she's only just woken up. You don't want to bore her back to sleep. In any case, I prefer to follow my instincts, and they're telling me that Gaia means us no harm. After much deliberation, I thought it only right to let her know about our work in the empty, as a sign of goodwill. After all, trust works both ways. Though I would ask you, Svar, not to let your guard down just yet. So you're the one I'm supposed to have fought? Come to think of it, I recognize you from somewhere.
Maybe I just have one of those faces.
Or perhaps you just didn't make much of an impression? But to be honest, I do feel that since meeting you, those hazy memories are becoming slightly clearer. It's like remembering fragments of a dream, only to realize those things actually happened. As though my whole life has been leading to this. Thou speakest as though thou didst expect these events. I guess you could say that. It's what the fairy tells me. I can't see it, but it's as though there's someone else inside me, and I can hear its voice in my head. It whispers to me and lets me use its power. Magic, I suppose you could call it, not that I know much about that sort of thing. And this power alloweth thee to tear open the fabric betwixt realities, that thou mayest call forth the aether-starved denizens of what remaineth of the 13th? What? Was that supposed to mean something, or are you just spouting random words at me? Honestly, I don't know how you all put up with this. I've only just met him, and his insufferable prattle is already giving me a headache. Now, Gaia, don't be mean. Gods, I still can't believe I'm having this conversation. And to think that I was flying about in a suit of armor waving a sword. That doesn't sound like me at all. Someone else inside you. Like Minfilia was inside me. Aye, the similarities cannot be ignored. Though it is too early to say with certainty, Gaia may well be the Oracle of Darkness. The Oracle of Darkness? What does this mean? It means that you may have been right when you said she has something in common with Emmett Selk. Those who have been used as a living host by an Ascian have no recollection of events that occurred during their possession. This I know from personal experience. Yeah, you sure would. The Gaia seems to have some memories still, even if they're a little hazy. Moreover, she has remained in control of herself even when she heard the voice within, much like you and Minfilia. And though Ryne was very much her own person, Minfilia's presence did exert a change upon her outward appearance, granting her hair and eyes a hue akin to that of our dear departed friend. Frenzies? Maybe more? It is therefore not unthinkable that Gaia's raven locks may be a manifestation of the darkness which hath come to reside within her. But I was born like this, and my parents, they both had black hair too. Or at least I think they did. It's been so long since I saw them, I can't remember too well. But enough about me. You're Minfilia, aren't you? The Oracle of Light who they were hosting in Yulmore? That's right, though visiting is a better word. They kept me locked away, and I didn't know much about Yolmor and its people, or the rest of the world for that matter. I see. And how exactly did the Oracle of Light come to run with the Warrior of Darkness? Well, it all started when... Maybe. Yes, I still remember the day everyone went raving mad and Lord Valtteri fled. Everything after that is still a blur, though. From what Gaia's told me, she wasn't part of the mob that attacked us. But how was she able to resist Valtteri's control? Mayhap 'twas the intervention of this fairy of whom she speaketh. As curious as that may be, we still don't know why she appeared out of nowhere as soon as Eden took flight. This is just a guess, but I'd say that the fairy reacted to it in some way, and for whatever reason made me go after it. Yes, that seems like the only explanation. I don't know about you lot, but I've had enough nattering. I'm going back to Eden. What? But why? The fairy wanted something from Eden, and knowing what that is will bring me a step closer to discovering exactly what has been living in my head all these years. Besides, my memories aren't going to restore themselves, and certainly not through idle chit-chat. So I'm going, and that's that. Gaia, wait! Insufferable. Utterly insufferable, and yet we can't well leave her to her own devices. Come on. Gotta make sure they have time to hang out. I can't do that if you go running off, Gaia. Get away from me. Come on. You also can't do that if you get eaten by something. Gaia! It seems I've no choice. Yeah, oh dear. That didn't work. Oh. Never mind. What am I? Really badass. What are you all gawping at? I don't mean to stare, but it's not every day I see magic like that. So, this is the power of the fairy you spoke of? Ever since I was a child, it has whispered to me, telling me what to do. That's how I came to use its power. But there are things I can't even explain. Holes ripped in thin air, terrifying creatures crawling out, ghastly-looking blades and armor appearing out of nowhere. The worst of all is the dark energy that comes from inside. This power, it feels as though it's only flowing through me and never truly mine. And even when it answers my call, it always takes a few moments for the spells to work. So in summary, you don't have control over the magic. Well, it's not as if I ever tried to control it. I haven't made a habit of fighting wild beasts. Unfortunately, it's part and parcel of traveling through Almarang. While I understand that you want answers, you're not going to find them unprepared as you are. But if your heart is set on this, then we'll help you. Ryne, think about what you're saying. You're seriously considering taking Gaia to see Eden. There's no telling what might happen if she loses control again, so the safest option is for her to stay away until our work is done. Somewhere we can keep an eye on her. You must realize it's for her own good. I must concur with Thancred's assessment. At present, we know precious little of Gaia's origin, and still less of her powers. If she is indeed the Oracle of Darkness, her presence may complicate a task already fraught with peril, placing our mission and her own well-being in jeopardy. In full knowledge of the risks, dost thou still wish to pursue this course? I do. It wasn't so long ago that I was living in isolation, being held against my will. Maybe the people keeping an eye on me thought that was for my own good, too. But if we shut Gaia away for our own convenience, we're no better than Vothri and Ranjit. I've learned that when someone is in need, we must reach out a helping hand, not push them away. Now it's my turn, to do for Gaia what you've all done for me. Even knowing the danger that lies ahead, I won't choose the easy way out. This is the path I've chosen. Is that good enough for you? Oh, can't say fairer than that. How about you, Urianger? The light of thy spirit doth burn bright. Mine apologies, my dear, but we felt it necessary to test thy resolve. Let it suffice to say that thou hast left no room for doubt. For what it's worth, Ryne, I never doubted you. But make no mistake, the danger that Urianger and I spoke of is all too real. If you're prepared to go through with this, we'll be right there beside you. That means a lot to me, thank you. I couldn't care less who I travel with, but if we're going to go, then let's get going already. There's supposed to be some sort of craft waiting at the southern watchtower, yes? Come along then, and don't fall behind. It might be a bit of a tight squeeze with the five of us, but we'll manage. Perhaps Urianger can sit on top of our luggage. Or maybe someone could sit on top of him. So there it is. Eden, where I'll find the answers I seek. Bringer of the Flood, the first Sin Eater. Would it lead me to my past or my future? I waited on the path ahead, I couldn't say. I had no choice but to take the first step. I know what it's like. It was the same for me. But I was lucky because Thancred freed me from Yulmore and I had a chance to see the world. More importantly, though, I met all kinds of people and they taught me not to live in another's shadow, but to be myself. Maybe one day you'll have that chance too. Said your piece, have you? One day? What's that supposed to mean? I don't know how the Great Oracle of Light sees such things. For someone like me who's only known life in Yulmore, there was no tomorrow. There was no future, only the here and now. And while we waste time on these meaningless conversations, I feel each moment of my life slipping away. Time, it won't wait. Not for me, not for anyone. Don't know how much longer I can hold on to who I am. I'm sorry, Gaia. Gaia? That's probably not even my real name. It isn't? When Thancred asked me my name, I couldn't remember. That's when the fairy whispered to me, Gaia. But if you grew up in Yulmore, surely someone there must know who you are. Everyone I once knew had either disappeared or had been turned into sin-eaters. Those whose faces and names I still remember, that is. In the end, we found not a single person who so much as recognized me. As far as I can recall, I've never been the most sociable person, but still. Well, even if it's not your real name, I think Gaia sounds lovely. If you're happy with it, then that's what I'll call you. And if you're willing, instead of the Oracle of Light, please call me Ryne. Not the name I was born with, that's long forgotten now, but the one the people whom I consider family gave it to me. Is that so? Well, as much as I'd love to keep up this chatting, there's something that's bothering me. I thought the fairy would have reacted to Eden in some way, but so far, nothing whatsoever. From what I gather, it wasn't until Eden started moving that I appeared out of the blue. Perhaps if we were to actually try flying it somewhere, the fairy might break its silence. If we've got elements to restore, or whatever it was, why don't you hurry up and get it over with?
At once, your ladyship.
Aye, it may be best to resign ourselves to our mannerisms. A good thing we're not wholly unfamiliar with attending nobility, given certain company in the Scions. Of whomsoever dost thou speak, I wonder? All right, everyone, I think we've talked for long enough. If you're ready, let's make our way to Eden. Glasses. Always with the cleaning. Following the initial changes wrought by the release of water and earth, the empty hath displayed no further signs of alteration. Stability, some may call this, and be satisfied, but in truth it is passivity. a passivity stemming from light's ever-pervasive presence. If we are to break the status quo, we must needs employ a catalyst, a third element that shall rouse and stabilize those unleashed energies in activity. Therefore, I propose lightning. So the primal would be Ramu, yes? From what I've heard, he's a guardian of the forest and not particularly keen on conflict. But you've actually fought him, haven't you?
He's half man, half beard, and another half beard for good measure.
Ah, yes. Haiku mentioned that he more closely resembles a person than a beast, unlike most other primals. And apparently he tends not to move about much. I'm glad to see our lessons have paid off. Well, it's like you say, if we want to call forth an accurate representation of the primal, I should picture it in my mind as clearly as possible. At the very least, it's worth a try, but the rest is up to Svarn. In order for this to work, we need to actually fly somewhere, yes? So, rather than sitting in one spot while you exchange anecdotes, why don't you get this blasted thing moving first? One must admit the suggestion is not without merit. Ryne, how do you suggest the Gandalf Thunder Plains as our next location? These plains, it is writ, were perpetually blanketed in storm clouds, the only source of illumination the ceaseless barrage of lightning. The ambient aether that lingereth there shall provide ideal conditions for the summoning. And that's where we're heading. Come on, Eden, we've got a job to do. This should be as good a spot as any. All right, Svarn, whenever you're ready. Memories of Ramu flash through your mind. Eden's verse. Let's see how long this takes. Oh, we got a second tank already. Ahead a little. If I remember correctly, there will come a point in this quest line where I will have to wait until I've advanced the main quest before I can actually advance. And if I'm not mistaken, that point may actually come after we clear this set of 4. We'll see how long that takes. Alas. Can't put the main quest off forever. I mean, yes, theoretically I probably could. Yes. Let's go repair my shit. It's not like I've got anything better to do. All right, everybody in. Come on, DPS. Come on. There we go.
There's no turning back. Get ready! So, this is Ramu.
God damn it. Keep doing that. happy. Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh, that ooh. Ugh. Pretty's laughing about the triple kill. Mhm. Oh Jesus, why am I the main tank? When did that happen? Ouchies. I have taken my measure, bringer of light. I thought I was prepared to expect anything, but I didn't expect Rameau to turn out quite like that. Appearance aside, he was quite aggressive as well. The Silk's belief in him as a kindly guardian clearly makes a difference to his temperament. Anyway, I'm just glad it's over. Let's get back to the camp and see if anything's changed. Yeah. I mean, he's the oldest person here, so he's had plenty of time to stretch that imagination. The crystal's a different color, but apart from that, it all looks the same. It may look the same, aye, but it feels different. The air has grown slightly more humid, as it does before rain. I have to say, I'm not exactly prepared for wet weather. If Eden can control elements and so on, can't you tell it to send those clouds somewhere else? Speaking of which, I'm not very impressed with its so-called powers. If changing yellow crystals to purple is the extent of its abilities, it's no surprise the fairy didn't bother showing up. I hope that whatever's next is more worthwhile. Rather than influencing the ground beneath our feet, Eden hath brought a change to the firmament above. And yet 'tis clear that a more dynamic element is required for the natural cycle of precipitation and evaporation to be complete. So we need movement. Would wind do the trick? Most certainly. It seems we have a plan. Let's not dwell too much on the effects of each individual element, and instead focus on seeing them all restored. The power of an oracle. Not to be sniffed at, it seems. All my life you were a constant companion, your voice ever seeping into my mind. Why then, of all times, did you abandon me? Deaf even to the crashing of thunder, or were you simply biding your time? Ryaji's knitted brow almost certainly spells trouble, namely for you. Oh boy. Ere we set out once more, might I ask if thou art familiar with the process by which rain is made to fall? It's an elegant conspiracy.
I mean, it's not. Weather isn't exactly my forte, but I guess I at least know about the water cycle.
Then thou shan't have difficulty understanding the explanation to come. With the restoration of our first element, the empty was once more blessed with the most essential ingredient in the cycle of precipitation: water. Of course. Under normal circumstances, the heat existent in the atmosphere would cause water to evaporate from the land's surface. As invisible vapor, it is borne by the wind high unto the firmament, where it doth condense as clouds before descending once more, returning to the land in the form of rain. It seems we need wind-aspected aether to create more clouds. That it hasn't rained yet must mean there aren't enough. And even before that, we need fire-aspected aether to make the water evaporate. Seems to me that one's not much good without the other. Why don't you just draw out both elements together? You're suggesting that Sfar and fight two deiform entities, each one as deadly as Ramu at the same time? You realize how absurd that is. And yet, 'tis a notion that doth warrant further consideration. Oh, you can't be serious. Cast your minds, if you will, to the elemental wheel I did show to you in the bookman's shelves. Wind giveth rise to lightning, whose spark doth produce fire. By restoring both wind and fire in tandem, we may maintain balance between these dynamic elemental forces. The ensuing battle shall indubitably present an ordeal unlike any Svarin hath ever faced. I believe, however, that this path doth lead to the prize we seek. Oh, so perhaps it's not so absurd after all, eh, Thancred? I wouldn't dream of questioning Urianger's grasp of the science behind it. My concern is for the burden this would place not only on Svarn, but Ryne as well. What do you both make of the plan? If Urianger thinks it'll work, I'm willing to give it a try. As long as you know what you're letting yourselves in for. You're going to need all your strength, so see that you get plenty of rest. Gaia! It seems Ryne is reluctant to air her concerns. Were you to rally her spirits, she may become more willing to talk. Yes, you're right. There's no use in trying to pilot Eden while I've got other things on my mind. It's about Gaia, you see. Truth is that apart from Alice and Alfino, I hardly know anyone my own age. I thought that I should make an effort to be nice to Gaia, but, well, you've seen how she is around me. I understand that she's got her own problems to deal with, but I thought that maybe I could help her in some way. It's not my place to intrude, and I should probably just leave her be until we finish restoring the elements. After all, that's more important, isn't it? Let me talk to Gaia while you concentrate on the task at hand. Is what I would have said once upon a time. It seems to me that you're the one best qualified to take care of this little problem. I know she can be a bit prickly, to put it mildly, but if anyone could get through to her, it's you. Although we've only known her for a short while, we're all she's got, and I think she realizes that. Just let her know she's not alone, and she'll come around eventually. Alright, I'll give it a try. Do you have any advice?
Yeah, Thancred certainly has the gift of the gab. He'll know what to say.
I'm afraid that since arriving at the first, I've had little time to mingle with any of the locals, and I haven't a clue what young women like Gaia would be interested in. Oh, that's giving me an idea. I'll start with some small talk and go from there. Actually, since before she even woke up, I've been asking Lena about what's popular in the Crystarium. I thought it might be nice to show Gaia around the place one day, you see. So that's what you were doing. I suppose it makes for a nice change of pace from all that studying. I must commend thee on thy choice of confidant. The captain's powers of observation maketh her a veritable font of wisdom, considering the behavior of the Crystarium citizenry. Yes, and now it's time to put that knowledge to good use. Don't let the fear of rejection hold you back. Persistence is the key. Speaking from experience, by any chance? Whatever do you mean? Lessons learned from days spent in pursuit of ladies fair, one might suspect. You couldn't help yourself, could you? It's all right, Thancred. Your secret's safe with me. Ahem. May I remind you that the reason we're here is to create a better future for everyone in the First, which includes you and Gaia. While it might not be on the same scale as bringing life back to the empty, if you're able to befriend her, that will be another way of contributing to a brighter tomorrow. So go on. She's waiting for you. All right, wish me luck. Ryne is ready to approach the decidedly unapproachable Gaia. You had best observe the conversation from within earshot. Aegir may have taken the role of Ryne's surrogate father, but I have of late become something of a mentor to her, though largely in instilling what knowledge I can of the ethereal sciences. A more attentive student thou shalt seldom find. It's when Ryne and I face our problems together that it truly feels like we're a family, or at least what I imagine it would be like. I suppose we both grew up without our birth parents to guide us, but I think we turned out rather well given the circumstances. I wonder if this is the kind of bond the Flamine shared with Minfilia. Trying to look busy. What do you want? Oh, nothing really. It can wait till later. For all we know, there might not even be a later. If you've got something to say, hurry up and spit it out. Is everything all right? Not feeling strange from being around Eden or anything? Is that what you came here to talk about? Actually, I wanted to ask you... Would you like to go and have coffee biscuits with me? Success! What? Coffee biscuits. They serve them at the second serving in the Crystarium. Everyone's talking about them, so I thought that maybe once we finished our work here, you and I could go there together. Let me get this straight. You came to talk to me about biscuits? Yes, they're light and crispy, and when you dip them in the coffee, they go all nice and squishy. The only reason you're even interested in that in the first place is because everyone else is doing it. Can't you think for yourself? I do what I want when I want. After all, the world could end at any moment. That's not going to happen. None of I've got anything to do with it. Listen, Gaia, I understand what you're going through. Believe me, I do. But you mustn't lose hope. A new day will come, then another and another. Life's not so bad if you give it a chance, you'll see. Shut up, you think you know me? Even I don't know who I am. Until I find the truth, I'll never be free. Then we'll find it together. I've seen enough pain, enough loss, and I don't want to see any more. And that includes you, Gaia. Why do you care so much about other people? What have they ever done for you? I'm sure you haven't forgotten how we Yulmorans treated you, the precious Oracle of Light, like a bird in a cage. And yet you act as if none of that ever happened. So forgiving, so selfless. You and your family brought back the night sky, and you finally had the chance to lead a normal life. But instead, you're flying around in a giant sin-eater, trying to turn a barren wasteland into some sort of paradise. And for what? I may not remember much of my past, but I'm fairly certain I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Out of morbid curiosity, I'll see it through to the end. But if you think that makes us friends, you are very much mistaken. Gaia! I surmised that to keep Gaia waiting over long would only agitate her further. Well, she gave it a shot. I can't blame a girl for trying. To defeat the deiform manifestations of both wind and fire shall require every vast mote of thy strength. That thou hast triumphed over such beings in previous encounters should be at the forefront of thy mind as we commence the summoning. Where are we going this time, Ariange? The place called Ashfall doth satisfy our requirements, I believe. The fables speak of travelers sweltering beneath the blazing heat of the midday sun, while after nightfall, slicing winds did tear at their cloaks. I see. Hopefully it won't be quite that bad when I draw out the elements. Ryne, my dear, may I remind thee that to focus is not the same as to deny other thoughts. Whatsoever it is that troubleth thee, thou wouldst be better for acknowledging it. Yes, you're right, of course. It's Gaia that I'm worried about. That as well. May thy concern for her lend thee yet more strength. It's time. I'll begin drawing out wind and fire in equal measure. Svarn, we'll only get one chance at this, so let's make it count. Memories of Garuda and Ifrit rage through your mind. I wonder what sort of hellish beasts you've conjured up this time. How long has it been since our encounter with Ifrit and his Amalja followers? My studies indicate that no equivalent of Garuda's servants, the Ixal, are present here on the first. My hypothesis as to the reason why could perhaps wait till another time. If we summon two primals at once, maybe they'll fight each other? That way, you'll only need to beat the one left standing. I suppose it defeats the purpose of it if you don't take them both down at the same time. Hey! Good to see you! Yeah. If you're referring to, what's its face? If we're referring to this platform here, then yes, I did fight the seagulls. If you remember the seagulls, then you're doing better than I did, because I fucking did not remember either of these. I didn't remember this fucking one either. It has been a hot minute since I've done any of the Eden. Well, not entirely true. I've done some of the Eden raids by virtue of random normal roulettes. It's been a hot minute since I've been through all of them in sequence. Yes, we did. Hasty soup time with with Titan. Also got motherfucking booted off the platform. Honestly. Going through it again like this has been fun. Even knowing exactly what's going to happen at any given time, more or less. Actually, here's a good question for you, Duck. When you went through Shadowbringers the first time, had you done the Crystal Tower raids before? And did you do it at a point when Crystal Tower was optional? Right? I know I definitely did because I joined around 5.3 when that patch came out. Like, I think I joined maybe a little bit before it came out, but by the time I got to that point in the story, it was mandatory, so I went and did it. I also remembering finishing Shadowbringers in time to do Endwalker when it came out. I was so proud when I finally lost the sprout marker. Right? That trailer did a good job getting everybody hyped up. an aside, the queues for Eden in general have been kind of long. It was like this when I tried to do the first two last week too. And that was with me switching over to tank to to try and cut down on the time. As the Eden raids are just kind of in that awkward spot now. Kind of smack dab in the middle of progression, and like right after where the and like essentially right after where the free trial ends now. And also, come to think of it, probably doesn't help that we've got a Moogle Tome event going on. And the Eden raids are not on the list. Like, yeah. We got the 3 Stormblood Alliance raids on the list. We've got Alexander on the fucking list. That's probably soaking up a lot of it, too. Alas. You can at least cheer on from the sidelines. Oof. And to be fair, if you can find a raid on the list, raid or dungeon on the list that you're reasonably sure doesn't take too much brain power, you could probably get some tomestones out of that, but being tired is being tired. I've actually been doing some tomestone grinding on my healer alt. It was primarily a sage, as it happens. Yeah, I'm slowly building up more confidence in my tanking. I tend to be more ranged, particularly some variety of mage. But I've also taken a shine to dancer. Dancer's just so much fun. I get to dance around the battlefield and support my allies. Oh my god, yeah. That is definitely an image. Really earning the really earning the football moniker. God damn it, people. Where is everybody? Let me in. Please, Duty Finder, let me in. I'm dying over here. Well, really, I'm already dead. Look at my poor bud. Crawled out dead on the floor. Can hear them faintly buzzing in the background. Yeah, screw people. I'll go in with these flies. Maybe they'll be an even better full party. Yeah. Gets to 20 minutes without a pop. I'm gonna switch to healer and see if that speeds the queue along any faster. I mean, I don't have high hopes, but... Yeah, it keeps popping up a second tank and then popping out. Like, come on, guys. Where are all the tanks? Where do the tanks keep going? Damn trolls. Yeah, we did. She's yay. She's a bit tsundere, but finally we made it in.
It worked! Both wind and fire have answered the call! Ryne, are you alright?
Fruit is always pretty. It's right this time. Good question. I think I want to stand in front of that. Listen, as far as an old man, at some point your memory starts getting a little fuzzy. Yeah. Out here.
Back in my day.
Oh, Jesus. Why me? I guess. Someone got clipped. Yeah, come on. Ouch. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Main tank again. Oh dear. I think I might have gotten a bit singed. I didn't die though. That was incredible. I never imagined they would fuse together like that, but you took them down all the same. I suppose the main thing is that we're now 2 elements closer to restoring the Aether of the Empty. Let's go and see what difference it's made. I earned it all! Ooh, pretty. It's watermelon flavor now. It actually worked, just like Arianji said it would. Everything we could have hoped for. Indeed, our endeavors have been repaid manifold. Oh, at least I'm not on fire anymore. I wonder what will happen when we restore ice. Ooh, yeah. That one's really pretty. Is something the matter? One more element and then what? We'll have achieved the impossible. We'll all still be nothing. No memory, no past, no family, nothing. The world has moved on and left me behind. Anyone who ever knew me is either dead or gone. So, Almighty Eden, you can mend this broken world, but you can't restore one girl's memories? Give me my life back, damn you! I still hunger.
Extinguish the accursed light. Awaken our true power.
Enough riddles! Tell me who I am!
You are
I am...
Gaia.
Gaia. Gaia? What's wrong?
Reclaim your memories. Fulfill your destiny.
I don't understand. Gaia, can you hear me? Get away from me! Ugh. Amidst the sound of falling rain, your voice called from within. Long after the rain passed, your voice echoed on. Poor Gaia's going through it. Ingrid is looking particularly chipper despite the heavy rainfall. While this downpour is precisely the result we were hoping for, the novelty of standing outside in the rain does wear off rather quickly. Not to mention Gaia's looking a bit under the weather. Let's continue this conversation in Eden's core. I mean, she can borrow one of my umbrellas. Pretty sure I have more than one umbrella. Ere we set forth to restore the element device, I would discuss the manner in which the summoning shall be undertaken. And I keep falling on my head. You can make a song out of this. Just tell me one thing. Is this going to bring the empty back to the way it was before the flood? While none can say for certain, the change we have observed at points of ethereal intersection doth give us cause for optimism. It may be reasonably assumed that the empty shall continue to transform and, in the decades to come, regain a semblance of its former state. Decades? I don't think you've quite grasped the sheer scale of the damage left in the wake of the flood. It would have swallowed the entire world of Minfilia hadn't stopped it. Even if Ryne has inherited her blessing, wounds like that don't heal overnight. After all, the empty has been utterly devoid of life for 100 years. And it might take even longer than that to bring life back. I don't expect immediate results, but I do know that it will stay like this forever unless we do something about it. My sentiments precisely. Only once the final element is restored shall we have a glimpse of the future that awaiteth those of generations yet to come. You do all this for a world you may not live long enough to see? Well, here I am, so absorbed in my own problems that I spare barely a thought for anyone besides myself. For so long, I've listened to that voice, telling me what to do, who to be. I was so scared of what might happen if I disobeyed. But I don't want to live like that anymore. I want to be me. Who am I? What am I? Perhaps it's better if I never find out. If Ryne's the Oracle of Light, here to mend this broken world, what does that make me? Gaia, the Oracle of Darkness, bringer of misery and death, a monster. It's no wonder they left me. Mother, Father, and next it'll be all of you. I'll be back where I started, where I've always been, alone. Gaia, is it the fairy? What's wrong? Afraid I might lose control and ruin all your carefully laid plans? No, it's you I'm worried about. Ryne, I'm going outside to clear my head. You just do what you need to do, all right?
You want to borrow an umbrella?
Something's wrong, I know it. That much is clear. If we have a repeat of her first visit to Eden, we may even be joined by those void-sent friends of hers. If you go and see what Gaia's doing, Urianger and I will stay with Ryne. Yeah, she's definitely very soon right now. My name is Gaia. That's what you said, isn't it? Eden, the flood, what does it all mean? No, it can't be. Is this what it's been waiting for all this time?
Finally, you remember.
What is this? That don't look good.
The darkness that dwells within you, Gaia. The accursed spawn of light are drawn to it, like moths to a flame, pathetic, mindless, and easily bent to my will.
Sea eaters? Yeah, it's totally fine. There's more females. That's always good, right? Wait, no, what am I talking about?
Now the time of awakening has come.
Ugh. Fucking backhanded the darkness. Yeah. Svar and Ryne senses sin eaters. What's happened?
A whole lot of bullshit!
Don't try to fight them. Just bring Gaia back inside. Quickly now. What's happened to her? That's a concern for later. First, we must deal with those sin eaters. Barn, if thou wouldst care to repel our assailants without, I would task Thancred with standing guard within. I shall tend to Gaia meanwhile. Oh boy! Time to go fend off those seagulls. I also do not remember this at all. It has been way too long. Dear. Ooh, we've already got a DPS in the in there. Let's hope they don't do the hokey pokey. Yes, please join us. It's gonna be fun, you know it. You know it'll be. Put your main tank in, you take your main tank out. Put your main tank in, and you shake them all about. Yeah.
Why does everything always try to eat me? I can't help that I'm a snack. Actually, wait, maybe that is my problem.
Beauty Finder, let us in. Let me and this poor DPS in already. I don't know how long that poor DPS has been waiting. Probably way longer than me. God. They step away. They step away at just the wrong time. Yeah. Always the DPS. It's always that one DPS. Holding up the entire thing. Love how they're standing here all worried, and I'm just sitting on the ground like, doo 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 doo. Metaphorically twiddling my thumbs. Swear to God, if Duty Finder makes me wait more than 15 minutes again. Yeah. Always better than being dead. That would be kind of funny. Yeah. I'd have to go at it from an angle that doesn't result in me tripping over poor Gaia. Or rather, the playing dead. Honestly, kinda does. And I leap pretty damn far. Hop like a bun. Hop, hop. I can't hop off the edge. Oh God. Actually, you may not be too far off on that. Remembering how one of the later fights goes. Imagine these other couple players are gonna come out of the cutscene and see me hopping around like an idiot. Yeah. I'm sure they will, honestly. Like, I doubt I'm the only person getting stuck in forever queues. Yay! I've been released from the queue. Here we go!
So many of them. But nothing we can't handle.
Seagull time. Oh dear. I'm just following where the other tank goes. Where the fuck am I? Okay, that's where I'm going. No, not where I want to go. Oh god. No dare. I meant to do. God damn it. Oh dear. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh. Oh, that could have gone very badly. Ouch. Damn it. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh no, oh no, oh, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. Oh dear. That up. It's close enough. Oh, I'm dead. The first round didn't count. Yeah, that would suck. Yeah, what happened is that there are actually two of those at once. There are two stack markers, and you don't actually want to overlap those. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yep, that's kind of the ideal. Now, does it always happen that way? No. As long as you ain't taking that alone, you're good. As long as I don't go over the edge, I'm fine. Okay, good. Yep. Yep. Damn it. Should have gone left instead. A combo. Yeah. Exactly where I want to be. Oops. No. There we go. Oh, nope. How'd it go? Oops. Yeah. Woohoo. Goddamn seagulls. She won't wake up. What do we do? I have. Miraculously. What is this place? Where is everyone? So I'm all alone, and the fairy is gone. Endless silence, endless darkness. What death feels like? No use. No one can hear me. How ironic. All those times I wanted peace and quiet, now that I finally have it, I wish I had someone to talk to. Thought I couldn't stand to be around them. They're interfering and fussing, and yet I was never lonely. It's no use. Even after everything we went through, my memories still won't come back. There is no future awaiting me, only emptiness. Those memories can stay lost forever if only this pain will leave me. Now I close my eyes and sink into darkness. And then I'll suffer no more. Gaia! Mother, father, wake up!
understand now. Why wait for tomorrow to claim us? Gaia, can you hear me? This perfect moment never has to end. I'm not giving up on you, Gaia. Say something. What do you want? Please, I'm begging you. Remember all the things we said we'd do, like going to the second serving for coffee biscuits? I never... Gaia? I never agreed to anything of the sort. Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried about you. Ugh, do you have to be so loud? The fairy fell silent, only to be replaced by Ryne's voice ringing through my head. I never thought I would be so glad to hear it. We've all gone through a lot of trouble on my part. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Anyway, I've delayed you for long enough. Please, carry on with what you came to do. I'm glad you're back to your usual self, but how are you feeling? Much better now, but something is still bothering me. The fairy spoke to me in a dream, and a stream of memories rushed through my mind. I don't recall anything like this happening before, and I'm not sure what it all means. What sort of memories? I can't make any sense of them. They were only brief flashes seen through someone else's eyes. At least, that's what it felt like. Minfilia, that is, the first Oracle of Light, once served Hydaelyn as the word of the Mother. If the Oracle of Darkness is her counterpart under Zodiarch, then we had best prepare ourselves for the worst. Aye, the Knight's return did tip the ethereal balance towards activity, which may have served to awaken the fragment of his power in the first. Having thus roused, he did then fix his gaze upon she who had been marked by darkness, Gaia. Marked or no, Gaia's still her own person. Everything all right? It's nothing. Anyway, let's forget about all that for now. There will be plenty of time to think it through once the last elements are stored. Thou believest thyself well enough, then I see no reason for delay. Let us forthwith attend to the revitalization of ice. Yep. Shiva, then. Thorn is the only one here to have actually seen the primal. Perhaps you could describe her for us.
A woman named Azael made herself a vessel for Shiva.
So she summoned into our body the imagined essence of someone who lived over 1,000 years ago? Such a thing should be possible. Long since departed Shiva was a source of great inspiration to Azael, whose method of summoning differed greatly from any we had previously encountered. By the echo did she bear witness to the deeds of the noble Shiva, and thus was she moved to dedicate her being to that selfsame cause. It was this devotion that granted her the power of a primal.
So she was able to control it herself. Not getting any funny ideas, are you?
She's getting funny ideas.
Just thinking aloud, that's all. Anyway, we'd better get going. Our journey leadeth to a great glacier situated in the northernmost region of the Empty. I'll get us there as quickly as I can. It's time to draw at the Aether. I was thinking... that I should go with you this time. I want to be the vessel for Shiva. Being still and passive by nature, ice is the element that is the most strongly aligned to light. I'll need to get close and use my own abilities as well as Eden's to draw it out. So that the Oracle of Light becometh the Oracle of Ice. I cannot claim to be in favor of this stratagem, and yet... the primal we encountered in the source was summoned in much the same manner. The inherent advantages are undeniable. Absolutely out of the question! Have you forgotten what Svarin does to the primals we summon? I'm not about to stand by and watch as he and Ryne beat the tar out of each other. In any case, the Aether only returns to the Empty once the creature's been slain, although it seems you haven't taken that into consideration yet. Presumably, there's a safe way to disperse it, but it's still far too risky. Dad moment. I thought you had more sense, Ryne. But it's not as bad as it sounds. Were the deiform entity as volatile as the primals we have previously summoned, it would be logical to assume that, in her role as conduit, Ryne would be hard-pressed to retain control. I mean, yes. Yes, it would be very fun. Yes. It would be like a slightly more violent than usual sparring match. Svarin would have no recourse but to defend himself by any means necessary, else his life be forfeit. I know it's dangerous, but I can't let that hold me back. Please, I've got to try. But I don't see why this is even necessary in the first place. We never had to take risks like this for the other elements. Eden possesses almost infinite power. What would happen if it began acting without my intervention? If it started to feed on the Aether, just like other Sin Eaters, it would undo all of our hard work. It is a disconcerting eventuality, and one which cannot be dismissed. I'm worried that even if we realign the elements, things will eventually return to how they were following the flood. But if I train Eden how to nurture the environment rather than drain the life from it, we can leave it to take care of the Empty in our place. I'll channel the Aether through myself and show Eden how it's done. This isn't some house pet we're dealing with. If it all goes wrong, then what? I know this all sounds like I'm taking a leap of faith, but it has been a gamble every step of the way. We've managed to come this far because of faith, in ourselves and in each other. I've made my feelings on the matter perfectly clear, but what say you, Svarin?
A sponge through violence. My memories to guide the summoning. What could possibly go wrong? Just ignore the other summonings.
Ryne, I suppose that if you've got your heart set on this, there's no point trying to dissuade you. Just don't do anything reckless. Is that clear? It's Crystal.
This is going to work, I promise. I'll make sure of it. That's higher than I expected. Well, for all our sakes, I certainly hope so, because if the primal takes over... Yes. It'll be fine. With all of you by my side, I know that whatever happens, it'll work out in the end. All of us. I hope you're not including me. I can't even deal with my own problems, never mind yours. It's enough just knowing you're here. Anyway, I've decided to take a leaf out of your book. I do what I want when I want. I've made my decision, so now I have to see it through. Yes, but this is a different kettle of fish altogether. Well, the point is that this is what I want, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it work. So, this is how much it means to you. Yeah. All right, Anjay, stand by. Memories of Shiva envelop your mind. I don't know how, but I can see her too. This might actually work. Alright, Duty Finder, don't take forever, please. 11 minutes? Ugh. There's so many things left to chance, all I can do is wait and pray. You think the 12 can hear me here in the first? So she's not just waiting for the future to arrive, but actually trying to change it. Both Azael and Archbishop Thornton offered their corporeal forms as vessels, onto which the likenesses of preeminent figures from Ishgardian history were projected. However, the nature in which each met their demise is perhaps best not dwelled upon. I think Eden is sending your thoughts to me. The Azael and Shiva. They only wanted peace, a land where dragon and mankind could live side by side. Ooh, got a healer. Come on, everybody, you know you want to come do Eden's Verse Refulgence with us. Ooh! Hell yeah, I knew you wanted to! Yeah.
I call upon the power of Shiva. No! You've got to stop her!
Fools. You would stoke the fires of conflict.
Who could have seen this coming?
The light shall usher in peace.
Yep.
Such impudence! Resplendent face, grant me strength.
She's allowed a little villainy as a treat. And we've lost a couple people.
Shall freeze.
Ouch.
Shatter. The light shall usher in peace.
God damn it.
Such impudence!
Should have looked away. Oh no, I'm in trouble.
Tranquility must be restored to the land.
Well, at least I only got hit by one that time.
Such power! I can't!
That doesn't look good.
The light, it's too much for her to bear! Ugh, she won't last much longer! Enough of this! Power of darkness, answer my call! Ugh! Yeah! Damn this light! Damn it all! I won't give up! Not on my future! Our future! I want to see what tomorrow will bring!
Good job, team. You know what? I'll let you have it. Yes. Ryne! You were there. I heard you. What happened to Shiva? Is she still in control? No, she's gone. But Gaia. What? That hammer. It matches your dress. See, you're back to your normal idiotic self. Look, isn't it pretty? Maybe we could take it with us. Ice tends to melt, you know. Not this sort. Well, if you say so. Anyway, he might even make a nice necklace. That's a brilliant idea. Wilt thou not rush to her aid? Perhaps I'm getting slow in my old age, because it would seem Gaia's beaten me to it. To think that she would be the one to break the ice. Ahem. I may have gotten off to a rocky start, but I think they'll make quite the pair. Is that a hint of melancholy I detect in thy voice? Something akin to a pining mother bird whose chicks have flown the nest. Other bird, if you don't mind. But you're not entirely wrong. Still, when the day finally comes to say goodbye, it heartens me to know she won't be alone. After that, we can go to the second serving for coffee biscuits. Fine, you win. And if they're anything less than perfection itself, I'll never let you live it down. If they're not to your liking, there are plenty of other things to try. I suppose we both deserve a little treat after all that hard work. We certainly do. There we were, laughing as if we had not a care in the world. Fleeting though it was, in that moment, I was content. My life was never meant to be so simple. I'm so sorry, everyone. I clearly have a long way to go before I can handle that kind of power. But we achieved what we set out to do, as I had faith we would. So without further ado, let's return to camp and admire our work. It's life. Life, finds a way. I was just doing a bit. Finish off this quest. And then call it a night. You can feel all of the revitalized elements working in harmony. Good night. I've always believed Eden had the power to restore the empty, but I never expected it to happen so quickly. Never did get the hang of summoning primal's correctly.
You're the one who made all of this possible.
You ran into a few problems with Shiva, to say the least, but the others all went more or less according to plan. That we were able to come so far along this arduous journey may rightly be attributed to thine unwavering resolve. Aye, when you said that you'd reclaim this world, you truly meant it. We're proud of you, Ryne. I wonder if the effects from the rebalanced aether will spread to the rest of the empty. Perhaps we'll just have to wait and see. Besides, I'm sure we could all do with a rest. I must say, Ryne, it's refreshing to see you take a more measured approach for a change. Well, if my experience here has taught me anything, that I shouldn't rush into things unprepared. And I've also learned that there are some problems that can't be solved alone. Is that so? Since you freed me from Yulmore, I've met all sorts of kind people who have gone out of their way to help me. I thought that I should do everything in my power to repay their kindness and make the world a better place. And now more than ever, I realize that there's a limit to what I can achieve by myself. Even though I was able to summon Shiva, I couldn't control such vast amounts of aether. If Gaia hadn't been there for me, I might never have returned to normal. You could say the same about you. I was trapped in a nightmare, but you freed me. It seems more alike than I thought. We might not be able to do everything by ourselves, but if we look out for each other, then we can face our problems together. That's if you don't mind? No, it's fine, really. If things don't work out, we can always go our separate ways. But on the other hand, if I can resist the urge to punch you whenever you annoy me, which I must say is quite often, I have no objections to staying around. You mean it? Oh, thank you, Gaia. May I suggest we continue the conversation in Amarang? Though the empty domain now supporteth foliage, the land's normalization hath but begun, and to linger over long still entaileth risks. Is aught the matter, Thancred? Nothing you need to worry about. Let's go. Before we do anything else, we should report to Yaffort. He'll want to know how we've been getting on in the empty. Speaking of Mord Sook, there was a snack of some sort that caught my eye last time. I can't quite describe it, but it looked squidgy. Despite a strong suspicion that I may live to regret it, I'd like to try one. Oh, I think I know the one you mean. They might not be much to look at, but I bet they taste amazing. Perhaps we could also try a pot of those jellied wrigglers or whatever they're called. I'll even let you take the first bite. Ew, no thank you. First coffee biscuits, now worms and jelly. Heavens forbid the two of you might actually eat some proper food. Svarin, may I ask a favor of thee? Whilst Thancred and I return unto the Crystarium to inform our comrades of our recent exploits, I would have thee accompany Ryne and Gaia to Mord Sook. Flying along on my shadowy beast. Yeah, there you are. Just all is well, Miss Gaia. It will be once we get out of this desert town. If I have to spend another night in that dingy little room, I shall scream. I'm terribly sorry to hear that the accommodation was less than satisfactory. I'll investigate the availability of more comfortable lodgings post-haste. Yes, I think we'll be staying in Mordsuk, at least for the time being. It might take a while for me to write the report, as our expedition was rather eventful. Sparn, I really appreciate everything you've done, and I'm sorry for all the trouble I've put you through. No fretting about that, are you? What's done is done. Besides, it all worked out in the end, didn't it? You're right. Now, how about that treat we promised ourselves? They might not have coffee biscuits here, but I've heard the regular cakes are to die for. Or was that you will die from eating them? Only one way to find out, I guess. I'm sure trying the local delicacies will keep us occupied when writing reports and thinking about the next plan of action. Hopefully we'll have another chance to visit the Empty to see how things are coming along. Yeah, it's a very important distinction. And don't even think about leaving me behind. Yep. To unlock the next quest, you must complete the main scenario quest, Echoes of a Fallen Star. Yep, so that's where we're going to be leaving things off for this week. Thank you all for coming, and have a good evening, everybody.